Anyway, welcome to the third one of these Shibuya Scramble streams. If you've never been here before, you should probably catch up on the VODs, actually, because this is like midway through the game at this point. However, if you have been here before, then you know the drill. Pick a character, and we will start from there. We are now on the 1 PM to 2 PM time block. We already got one vote for Tama. We got 3 Tamas. Why am I forbidden, Zokubu? Bottles of burning hammer litter the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. Also, I have my bottle of light swatch. The heck with this thing! I toss away the miracle stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Will we try and find something else to sell, or will we sell some burning hammer? Vote now on your phones. That's 3 A's and a B, I think. Now it's tied. That's no good. Alright, fine, A. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get burning hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles and possibly water it down some, but getting the stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes, and I notice an odd mark that's stamped onto it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall something Chiri said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. The mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it! I can see if there's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run. A glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point is, there's not much. Bong. As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. It's Chiri. Oh hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Chiri nods, and I break back into a run. Why am I the one running? I'm the one in the costume. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. PC. Money. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright. There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen including tax, I can buy the whole lot with the 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Mr. Yanagishita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. This stuff! I'd like your entire stock. I point at the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like, all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you've got to help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. Grape. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's odd, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but please, it's out of my hands. By now, the sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I've already said I can't do that. Gimme! Would you please wait a moment? Ugh, why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was it all for? Look over there. It's the chupacabra. Huh? Yoink! See, she just fucking steals them! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss. The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Oh, it's unbelievable. Woof. I barrel my way right past him. Oh my god! I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. Oh no! At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polyethylene container. Uh-oh. The sales clerk's eyes go wide, his stare fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. It's a cigarette! The burning bud ignites the liquid in a sudden, massive blaze. And now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Udagawa-cho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitnesses report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. Tama wound up as the prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might have never have happened, to say nothing of the rest. As a matter of fact, the buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 13:05 are the key to changing Tama's fate. Next character, if you please. Ooh, 3 for Minorikawa. Right. Left. Minorikawa sprinted down Center Guy, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. Out of my way. Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Burning Hammer sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they got started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he'd learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him.
Everything I knew about journalism, Toyama taught me.
It had been a combative education, Minorikawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article? Minorikawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department. Shut up. I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it. Toyama sticking to his guns. Minorikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. At the time, Toyama was the copy editor for local news. Known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper, he would go around checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page.
I can't brain.
I'm a bit early, yeah. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong. All of it. How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. Those arguments had become a regular occurrence. Regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and it'd still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Taking neither of two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance in reporting the news. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down? You must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. Then it's the one thing that'll keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did, but I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. Whoa. Whew. By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. I want grapes. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who'd be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behavior. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle. Their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool! You're no son of mine! I disown you!" Only to wait a while, go find the son who's crying down by the dry riverbed and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper is getting cold." But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minorikawa's blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. Good guess, chat, by the way. Well done. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need," and "We buy computers at top prices." It was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet, then snatched Minorikawa by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Do we apologize or do we punch them? There's a mixture of... I can't tell who's winning here. I think chat wants me to punch them on average. I think we're going with a punch. He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. To his amazement, the girl shrugged off the blow as if it were nothing, her grip on his collar tightening further. "Oh, you want to throw down, huh?" she sneered. Shifting position suddenly, she snatched Minorikawa by the hair and dragged him out into the road. No! No! Before he could process the trouble he was in, it was already too late. He cowered away from her, shielding his face with his arms, only to feel the impact of a rain of punches and kicks on his exposed back and sides. Pain shot through his body as each blow landed with a perversely satisfying thump. And then the pain continued to intensify. Oh crap, I'm going to die here, aren't I? Never thought my life would end so soon. Huh? His assailant paused suddenly. Wait, don't I know you? She stared down into his face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Shocked to hear his own name, Minorikawa peered up at the girl. Miku? Yeah. Oh, so you do remember me. What? That's not me reading badly. That's what it says. Her tone was bubbly, as if the beating she'd been dishing out was all fun and games. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you. She held out a hand to help Minorikawa back to his feet. Wow, how long's it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think, he said cautiously. You, still doing your bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was still in middle school. I don't know what bonsai is. It is an Asian art form using cultivation techniques to produce small trees in containers that mimic the shape and scale of full-size trees. Okay. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. I want to be able to beat those guys up. And so Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. Man, you sure have gotten strong, Minorikawa said. Well, that's the sort of gal I am. Miku handed him a flyer. It read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. Present this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the current champion there. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Well, he'd seen firsthand how strong she was. Miku nodded. What are you up to now? She asked. Working? Yeah. Running around, trying to get interviews. Right now I'm heading to, what is it again? The Nokani building, that's it. Oh, I can take you there, she said. I can use the exercise. Nah, if you'll beg my pardon. Miku casually hefted Minorikawa up onto her back and broke into a jog. Before long, they arrived at the Nokane building. Minorikawa thanked Miku as she set him down on the sidewalk and the two parted ways. Fantastic. At long last, he arrived at the Nokane building where the event was being held. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about burning hammer. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly false advertising. The messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Minorikawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared that the event had yet to begin. Minorikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. Minorikawa! How dare you? And for some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist, though? Oh well. Minorikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on stage began performing magic tricks. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went on to perform a trick, and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought, though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey, you the one running this thing? Well, yes? When's the actual sales demo going to start? Yanagishida. Soon. Very soon, yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. Held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes... If it doesn't start, then what? Will we be heartbroken? Will we start a ruckus? Or are we just gonna go home? Okay, that's 2 A's, 1 B, 3 A's, 2 C's, 2 B's. That's 3 C's, that's 3 B's. Oh. It's 4 A's? So 3 A's? 4 A's. It's 4 A's. That's 4 A's. I'm going to be heartbroken. He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Well, you know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. I just, you know, I wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope. Try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, What happened to the merchandise? Minorikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it just, Time's up! What? The man's face went pale. Well... Taking a peek at the time chart real quick, Tama's still stuck at a bad end. We could fix the Minorikawa choice, but if I'm totally honest with you... I kind of want to do the other branch of Tama. I'm the one playing the game here. I don't know why I'm asking for approval. I'm just going to do it. Fuck you guys. I'll just have to find something else to sell. But what could that something be? I try to think. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my brain, searching desperately for a solution. The Anagotchis? Nah, not exactly a must-have product. And even if we could sell a few, I don't know what I'd say about the folks carrying them around. Best for the whole world if we keep them off the streets. Let's see, what else? Aha! I've got it! I picked up the miracle stone I just tossed away, clutching it firmly in my mitt. Oh my god. Look at this shot! I tilt my gaze towards the heaven and make a wish. Please, grant me a miracle. And my wish is granted. I'd like one, please. I'll take 10. Mr. Yanagishita can barely keep up with the demand as the crowd clamours for their miracle stones. Everyone is smiling and laughing, their bodies enthusiastically swaying to and fro. You are happy, and you are happy. You are all very, very happy. Standing on stage, I hold up my miracle stone, swinging it like a pendulum as I recite my magic little chant. Buy, buy, buy a miracle stone. Stone. Ooh, stone. 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 The room vibrates with cheering and rumbles with applause. It really is like a miracle. I think I've actually turned this disaster around. Whoever smashed all the burning hammer, I don't know who you are or where you are, but thank you. I realize now that I'm crying tears of joy. I've never felt satisfaction like I feel right now, seeing all these blissful customers purchasing one miracle stone after another. It feels like nothing could possibly go wrong. Honestly, I'm just grateful to God that I get to be here right now. I have the utmost conviction that this is where my life truly begins. It's not long after that epic sales event that I'm hired on by Yamamoto Health Foods. I don't know how to pronounce company words like that. Did you just spell that co-limited? Co-limited, I guess? I don't know. Do I look like a business? I guess I am one now, aren't I? Pretty soon after that, I'm on a plane bound for South America. I'm on a business trip to purchase our next product. Amazonian Miracle Mud. Oh, isn't that nice? That was funny. That was worth it. Tama prospers in her new life as an employee of Yamamoto Health Foods Company Limited. This is but one possible future for her, and hey, maybe it's even a pretty decent one. Still, wouldn't you like to see what happens if she sticks to burning hammer? Cool, I'm glad I did that. I got me an ending. You should collect bad endings. Mostly because they're funny. Okay, but we should fix this. Okay, that remedied the path. We don't have to redo it, fortunately. Dude, Tama's gonna become like the channel mascot at this rate. Okay. What would you like to do at this point, chat? Would you like to... Oops, wrong button. Would you like to try a different character? Or would we like to fix Tama's route? Like go back and mess around with Minorikawa? We want to fix up Tama, apparently. Okay, we can do that. I think. Maybe. We'll try. That's the previous time block. I don't know what I'm doing. Well then, let's apologize instead. Let's see if this bears fruit. Sorry, sorry. He bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in an argument now. But the girl didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look, I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak out his apology. Oh, fine. I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl. Wait, hold on, she murmured. She stared good and hard at Minorikawa's face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Surprised, Minorikawa gave her another look. Miku? Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me. Well, that line's fine. She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she'd just been wringing his neck. Wow, how long's it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think? This is repeating a bit. I'll allow it. Why do I get the hint now? The mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art is attracting more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plum-leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like cute little miniature plants with plants growing over their surface. Cute. A show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial arts fighters who are facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drinks. Yikes, good thing I apologized when I did. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now I'm in sort of a hurry though. Oh sure, Miku said. Catch you later then. She headed into the shop as Minorikawa rushed off towards the sales demo. Right, is that... Yeah, that took us to keep out. Enough people wanted me to start a ruckus. Let's start a ruckus. I'm going to start a ruckus. He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. It isn't like a silly little magic show every now and then. You've got 2 minutes. This is repeating again. Does this matter? doesn't seem to matter. I'm gonna try go home just for the sake of exploring all the options here. How dare you? Where's my time chart? Nope, too many buttons. I'm just gonna go home. He kept his tone clipped and cool. Nah, it seems like it just... Please just go home. Like, I want to find the go home. Irrelevant choice. Irrelevant choice. All roads lead to the same outcome. Alright, so now we have 4 options again, actually. We can we go back to Tama? Yeah, we can. Tama's path has opened up again. Make a choice about which character's path we want to go down this time. You can choose between Archie, Osawa, Tama, and Kano. Okay, any of this. Everyone is saying Achi. Achi it is. This is where we were last. About to get shot. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. This fucking bottle is not tight at all. It leaks. I need a new bottle. Achi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched face first onto the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. Whoa. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. Hitomi, Achi asked. You know that guy? Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the Scramble. The one who told me to go to the van. Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us? I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on Achi. Hey man, Achi approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Achi, you're a fucking dumbass. Whoa! The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Achi barely managed to dodge out of the way. Fucking semicolon is fake as shit. What the hell? Once again, Achi made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Guess I gotta let my fists do the talking. Dude, Achi's fucking metal as shit if he's willing to fight someone with a pipe. Achi quickly adopted a fighting stance. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. Archie judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave the slug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Archie wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. The crook sized him up for a few moments, and then lunged forward to attack. Now! Archie sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. Archie gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. One punch, Archie. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky. He looked the guy over. The man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. Come on, buddy. You can't clock out just yet, Archie said. Get up. I've got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Ooh. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa, didn't know you were packing heat. Archie took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment. But he didn't get the chance. The man with the cane had regained consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh, no you don't. Archie darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. That's bold. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. Rather than go for Archie, however, he charged the man with the cane. What the? Archie watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's our chance. Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Archie broke into a run. Grapes, grapes, grapes. They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat catching their breath, Archie sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Archie. It's for your own good. In his mind, Archie replayed what the man with the cane had said. So, Hitomi, Archie hesitated. About what happened back there. Yeah? She sounded like she'd been far gone in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah? Hitomi said again. Is that what's been bothering you? Huh? Now it was Archie's turn to go fuck, I don't know how to say that word. Monosyllabic? I'm skipping that one, thank you. Well, actually, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back when, he'd been the leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you've put yourself in danger to protect me. Hitomi sounded pretty resolute. Archie was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then how come you've been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things. Like what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you. Maybe there's bad blood, or maybe it's a case of mistaken identity. Ooh, choices. Nice. We have many A's. Is mistaken identity the moron answer? Seems reasonable to me. Maybe there's bad blood between them. Achi let out a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take out each other for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing toward them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. No rest for the weary, Achi sighed. She hit the ground, like, face first, too, like, fuck. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Hitomi's words came between panting huffs. Maybe. Achi glanced back at their pursuer. What? There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased down by 2 foreigners. I like this better when we were just running from one guy with a cane. Two gaijin. In a one-on-one fight, Achi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. 1-on-2, though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure they lost these creeps, no matter what. Well then. Can we see the other choice? I guess so. I don't think it matters very much, but we can see it. I get the feeling this choice isn't very impactful. It doesn't seem very impactful. You think so? Hitomi said. She sounded doubtful, and Archie couldn't blame her. It did seem pretty unlikely. No, for whatever reason, the foreigner had deliberately gone after the man with the cane. And it certainly hadn't been to rescue Archie and Hitomi. The enemy of one's enemy was not necessarily one's friend. The man with the cane and those foreigners. Would Archie and Hitomi really be able to escape them all? And if they did, would they ever find Hitomi's sister? Nope, we're back on this. I love this shot, though. It's really funny. Just that fucking face plant is incredible. That's an A-star shot, dude. Yeah, I didn't think that'd be a very impactful choice, but still. I appreciate the explorative spirit that my chat is currently in. Hey, pick a new path, people. Minorikawa is inaccessible. Kano is okay. Tama can be played. She's grayed out, but we can still play her. And Osawa. None of the people are feeling Osawa, are we? I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. Oh. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different. And so I don't regret what I did. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I could not deny it. Osawa grabbed his shoes from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That pest Kajiwara was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. Gotcha. Speak of the devil. Kajiwara had snuck up behind him. Are you going out? The detective asked. Ah, no, I was just... Osawa felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? I laid a booby trap, or rather, a ducky trap. Originally a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers. Boobies. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop a classroom door so that it falls onto the head of whoever opens the door. Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Osawa said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. Leave it to Kajiwara to yet again miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Osawa tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand and then stuffed it right into his pocket. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please try to work with me on this, sir, Kajiwara interrupted. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I'd appreciate if you didn't keep secrets from me? Osawa hesitated, inwardly debating how much he should share. Tell the truth? Tell nothing? Or lie? This seems like it could be impactful. Three B's, 3 A's, 4 B's. Whoa, 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 whoa. 4B it is. You needed to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. Alright, the detective said. In that case, I have just one condition. Please take this with you. He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. What's this? It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I don't need this. He pushed Kajiwara's hand aside, and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Osawa, you mustn't underestimate the lengths to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all seriousness. All right, fine. Osawa snatched up the device and headed out the door. Makino's car was parked out up front. A driver stood alongside it. Osawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he was still going to beat around the bush, even now. Osawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Osawa and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating the scanner properly. But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that required the approval of 6 board members, and Osawa was one of those 6 people. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin, as if reading his thought. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka, but I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Osawa broke out in a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. Osawa bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal, one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. By the way, how's the audio balance on this? Am I, like, clear over the game? What do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that has already weaponized the UA virus. For a moment, Osawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. Alright, good to know, guys. Thank you. I'm never sure with these things. I'm bad. Bad streamer. I've been informed that it was recently used in a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the number jumps to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. Osawa listened in amazement, his outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. He felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okoshi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat UA. Makino's lips curled into a boastful grin. Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. And that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world, one he had barely imagined previously. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? He spat. Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals what the risks of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the UA virus. Sophistry. Osawa huffed. Nothing more. You used money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Makino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... To what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? Osawa's lab has incurred expenses of roughly 30 billion yen. 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Okoshi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development. Osawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How do you know about that? He'd insisted that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Osawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary? Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Osawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. Osawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw toward the phone in the backseat console. Make a choice while I take a whiz. That's how the stream works. There's a spider in my bathtub again, dude. Every fucking time. Is it huge? No, this is just juice, dude. It's not honey. Also, how did you guys respond? B, 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 B. Lots of B. Couldn't this wait just a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe he could still find a way out. You already know what my decision is, Makino said. His tone carried an edge of intimidation. Osawa didn't reply. He simply stared at the telephone. He felt like an insect who'd had all its legs plucked off. The spider's not very big, but I still don't want it there. I tried to flush it down the drain, but it dodged. It's still in the bath. You need to think about your wife, too. Makino's words were barely above a murmur. Realizing that his boss was speaking as Ai's father, Osawa couldn't bring himself to resist further. He reached out for the phone. It would be around 10 p.m. local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Osawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit up a fresh cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Osawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. If someone has this top-secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me, personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Osawa wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered much at all to him. If you'll beg my pardon, then, sir, Osawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden, high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug tracker Kajiwara had given him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Oh, yes, that's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned toward Osawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Osawa stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Osawa said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. Listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me. The driver fled back into the car. Osawa clutched the bug tracker as hard as he could, and watched the vehicle pull away. He went back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find Ai waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Osawa as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America, I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news. She sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little more pleased than Osawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation, as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? I'm gonna skip that one because I'm eating grapes. Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? Osawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there something, anything that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigations, hostages. He typed the 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. Fake-ass fucking semicolon. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the site links caught his eye. How the police do it. It looked like a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping cases and began to read. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him, the police lost face if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessity. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to a kidnapping case, the police prioritized making the arrest. Taking his hand off the mouse, Osawa sat back in thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he'd hoped for after all. Unable to do anything for Maria but wait, he turned his thoughts to how his opportunity to transfer to the US had passed him by. The research facilities in America would have to be top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. He stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed to the Aya Kamiki fan community for people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting to these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. He knew that now wasn't really the best time to be doing something like this, but he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field, he wrote Aya Kamiki expanding into the US. With Aya Kamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording at an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off over there. Awkward line break. He wound up getting into a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. Please reply! A sudden shrill noise startled him so much that he nearly cried out. His heart fluttered like that of a young child who'd been caught in some prank. Realizing that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently, someone had bugged his study as well. tracker in hand, he walked toward the center of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over toward the window. Here, maybe? Next, he headed over to his desk. Here, too? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been that many listening devices planted in here? Mr. Osawa, it's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker's picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. As if that's even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. What? Osawa was dumbfounded. Broken? But... this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything. Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket, and as he'd said, it wasn't getting any signal. As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Ah, yes, that's right. That must have been when it broke, sir. The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand, and the beeping stopped. Right, he said. What can I do for you? Kajiwara clapped his hands together, as if he just remembered something. Ah, right, we have a big problem. The toilet again? Osawa sighed. No, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajiwara's face turned grim. Something worse? Do we hear him out, or do we let this clown elsewhere? We can always try B later. Has something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Osawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see... we ordered lunches for everyone, and it looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them. There was an awkward pause. Osawa didn't have the foggiest idea of how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajiwara bowed profusely. And I really do need to apologize. They were tonkatsu bento boxes, and they were delicious. The meat was so tender, and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more. That wasn't a nice noise. Osawa felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or... He didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach. Ah, see? Kajiwara said, you are hungry. He fussed sheepishly with his hair. At the talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. I sympathize with that. Shall I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. You can cook? Osawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Osawa. Alright, fine. Go right ahead, then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something. He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. What's with that getup? Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara is wearing is one of his own design. It is modeled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Binpo-kun. Alas, it isn't while I'm naked. Naked? Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of the naked apron? The state of being entirely naked save for an apron, a form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides all offer a certain appeal, but caution must be advised as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which represents the loveliest sight once the topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized, naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. I could demonstrate if you like. No, that's quite alright. Where'd you get that apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. With a smile, Kajiwara pointed to his pocket. Of course. Osawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind. Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip up something for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. Osawa felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food was this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating was his bet.
Cool. Do we go with this guy's cooking, or do we ask for Tanaka or I to cook instead? I don't know what voice I'm doing here.
Yo, everyone loves Kajiwara. Yes. For now, he'd just have to pray he wound up with something edible. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you're remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see, could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa? Named for the sound a microwave oven makes when it has finished heating your food. The microwave at my house doesn't really go ding when the timer reaches 0, though, it's more just a beep. But it doesn't really make sense to call a microwave a beeper when that's already a word that refers to something else. Who wrote this? The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. The dinger? What the heck is a dinger? The microwave oven, sir. Osawa stepped in front of the microwave. What a nice kitchen. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What? The detective gasped. You don't know how to use a microwave? Osawa could only nod in silent shame. It should be just as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. Osawa turned the dial, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa? You need to put the rice in first before you do that. Well, then why didn't you say that? Osawa snapped. I've never worked in a kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. Very well. I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and the chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea where the hell those are kept. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh. Alright then, please just sit and wait, sir. And here, take this. Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know. Kajiwara was cooking something in a frying pan. And? Osawa asked. Just what have you learned about mine? I'd better not say, sir. You might take offense. Osawa snapped another bubble between his fingers. Ah, the rice is finished thawing. Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with the fried egg he'd whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. One of Kajiwara's simple recipes. Others include his white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavored with butter, salt, and pepper after it's been boiled. Both are a bit too basic to be properly called cuisine, but it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavor out of the ingredients with such simple seasonings. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear. Go ahead and eat while it's still warm. Osawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in your refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Reluctantly, Osawa brought a bite to his mouth. That's good. The words came out almost unbidden. Isn't it just? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Osawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir, but please, keep your chin up and hang in there. Kajiwara gave Osawa an amiable smile. Ah, that's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas. No thank you. Kajiwara grimaced as Osawa held up a hand in refusal. Right then, when you're finished eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash dishes? Osawa exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite. Fine, okay. While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. I didn't buy a banana just for this stream, I just happened to like bananas. So I just had one. Director, if you have a moment? Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. What do you mean upside down? This isn't upside down. But what happens if we get someone else to cook for us? I want to know. That goes wherever. Osawa gave him a hurried phone call, and his assistant director was quick to agree. I'm having Mr. Tanaka help me here, he told Kajiwara. By all means, go back to your investigation. Kajiwara said. I hope you don't think I'm not inclined to help you out. Since when did helping out in Kajiwara's strong suit? That's not the issue, Osawa said. My, it's such a shame. A friend being treated like a stranger. Oh, how I would love it if you were an actual stranger to me. While Osawa was still struggling to turn down Kajiwara's assistance, Tanaka arrived, his sleeves rolled up. He'd already removed his jacket and his necktie. Alright, he said, what are we making? He sounded happy enough. Apparently he didn't mind cooking. This was a side of Tanaka that Osawa had never seen before. Oh, will you be helping out as well, detective? Tanaka regarded Kajiwara in his apron. Of course, it's all part of my duties while I'm stationed here. Understood. Let's get started then, shall we? The pair began rummaging about the kitchen, forming an immediate bond of camaraderie. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. We're doing this again? This makes no difference? Please go ahead and ding those. Ding? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with dinging. I mean heat them in the microwave oven, sir. Osawa turned the dial labeled Thor, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa, I'm sure you already know this, but you need to put the rice inside first and then turn the dial. Osawa swallowed quietly. what everyone expects, he muttered sullenly. It's not like I've ever used one of these things before. Mr. Asar, why don't you take this and go wait somewhere? Oh, now we get the tip. Bubble wrap first showed up on the planet Earth in the 1960s. It was originally developed not as packing material, but as a form of wallpaper and a type of cover to prevent leaves from falling into swimming pools. These products did not sell well, however, and the manufacturer instead began to market the wrap as a packing material, after which it became a hugely successful product. What is this for? Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Well, Mr. Tanaka, Kajiwara said after they'd spent a little time working at the stove. You probably don't need to stay any longer. Sorry for the trouble. It's quite alright, Tanaka replied. With so little in the way of ingredients, I guess there wasn't much I could really do. Shoulders slumped, he glanced over at Osawa. I'll leave this in your hands then, detective. Are you sure you don't mind? Should I go out and purchase some more ingredients? No, that's fine. Thank you for all the trouble. No, I apologize for not being more helpful. How very Japanese. Tanaka washed his hands and left the room. Dun, dun, dun. This is all the same. So those choices went nowhere, but what about C? Since Ai's lunch was gone as well, he should probably have her make something. Osawa called his wife on the intercom to make the suggestion. Absolutely not, she scoffed. Besides, I'm not even hungry. Roughly 1 hour earlier, Osawa slipped out of the house and went to the Café La Shrek down near the train station, where she ordered a sandwich and some black tea. Hanging up the receiver, Osawa turned back to Kajiwara. Very well, detective, if you'd be so kind. Nothing! Well then. Tama or Kano, those are our choices at the moment. Everyone says Tama. Back to Tama we go. This is all repeating, so I'm going to let it play out without reading it. I'm trying to pace my voice, you see. Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do, I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't eat this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Oh wow, the sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it? It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where the ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap, the sales clerk explains. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members, and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me? I ask. Brave! A challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow! The sales clerk exclaims. I have just got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. Tama seems very confident about fighting. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I've got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. It's gotta be the fight though, like, come on. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. The girl grins nice and wide, like she'd been waiting to hear me say that. Okay, you're on. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Miku and I march out of the shop. Out on the pavement, we stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it. Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal. I don't have time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing in a repeated 1-2 combination. A training technique for boxing. Involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. We're in a mascot costume because it's stuck. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows, and some of them stop to form a small crowd. Achi Endo and Itomi Osawa, they pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryu Gumi Yakuza Syndicate. The Tenryu Gumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and those two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. Jump! Yeet! You gotta take the jumps when you get there, because that unlocks the path. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turned toward them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Well, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries, though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Achi clutched Hitomi's hand good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Achi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What did we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change. And they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. "Hitomi!" Achi shouted. Well, either we dash out onto the fucking street or we're going back. Both of which sound like terrible ideas. We're going across. What? Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Achi darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pileup plunged the roadway into total chaos. Oh! Oh! Can't go there yet. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill for a while. While on their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in this traffic jam. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. Achi and Hitomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath. Well, you know what they say. Idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands. It's idle hands. Whatever. At least they got in the way. I couldn't get the jump yet.
I'll go back for it. Fucking Christ. People never happy.
I want to eat a Pop-Tart. I'm going to eat a Pop-Tart. Come on, let's go. Achi led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they just hung around, their pursuers might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. Flyers for Au revoir, the 22nd performance, by the theatre troupe The Wandering Angels. Probably shouldn't try and talk and eat at the same time. It tells the tale of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as its major set piece, with Ryu and his rival Shido flying high through the air, doing battle with the magical Muramasa blade and beam saber respectively.
Beam saber?
Achi peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theatre's stage props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said. But... Hitomi hesitated, but Achi gave her hand a little tug. It'll be fine. There's nobody around. They stepped inside the storeroom and Achi quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. Achi picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it out atop the platform's dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty. Thank you. Hitomi quietly took a seat. We should probably turn off our cell phones, Achi said. It could be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment. The two powered off their phones. Achi took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. Ooh. Ah! Hitomi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Achi put a finger to his lips, and Hitomi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. So as long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Whoa. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who'd attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Archie swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they had nowhere to run. Archie turned to Hitomi. Ooh, decisions. Oy. The majority says B. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Hitomi clutched onto Archie's arm hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voice added. Archie heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Archie exchanged glances with Hitomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Ach. Ah? Ach? Ah, whatever. Let's just hurry and get stuff tidied up. Man, my throat's raw. The feeling. It sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom door opened, and the men clomped their way inside. Tomonawa Takiya and Taro Toga, two members of the theatre troupe, the Wandering Angels. Takiya is the Wandering Angels' star actor, playing the lead role of Yuri in today's performance of Au Revoir, the troupe's 22nd piece. Last night he slept completely naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the prop, seems to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? Ugh. Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Ugh. The producer said we're going to need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Orai said that? Going all out for the troops' last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Archie and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. Ugh. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me? Ugh. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it and it's still drawing a ton of power. Think it's defective? Ugh. Archie and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they'd carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Archie decided they should hide out in the room a little longer. This blows. I want to get back out there to look for that blue van ASAP, but Archie trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hitomi looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? Archie said. That's right. And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure that your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her. Right, Archie said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have just let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh! That minivan had already left Oganzaka, she said. And it came back while we were there waiting for it, Archie finished. He thought back to his earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then inside that minivan... there had been a bunch of foreigners inside. Which meant... This choice seems meaningless, but like, go make one while I kiss. We'll let Achi have a smart moment then, shall we? The kidnappers have been trying to ambush Hitomi. They told her that her sister was in that minivan to lure her into it. And the kidnappers have been lying in wait inside. Do you think that they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it! Achi clapped his hands together. Kidnap another girl. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you, and then they'd make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get, like, infinite ransom money by constantly abducting one twin after the other. What is this fucking troll science-ass bullshit, but for ransoms? That seems a little far-fetched. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she'd said so, I actually realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me? Hitomi said. As in, like, they accidentally abducted the wrong twin? I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply that they wanted me specifically, and not my sister. Hitomi paused briefly in thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something? Achi suggested with enthusiasm. Hitomi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Don't go along with it! Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Achi had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please don't. I am, I'm just... Tears had welled up in Hitomi's eyes. Why? Why'd this have to happen to her? Why not me? Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up, it's like that song says. I can't, pass. That one. You know it? Is that Aya Kamiki? Yeah, that's the one. Pass again. Huh? Hitomi let out a giggle. You've got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Ah, right, yeah. I guess that makes more sense. I guess. Achi's mouth curled into a sheepish smile.
Achi, as usual, is dumb.
Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Achi said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. Ugh. The theater guys from earlier had returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Pass. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. And did you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Achi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We're locked in. And that door was the only way in or out. Achi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Achi said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. The big question was who they could possibly ask. Hitomi, anyone you can reach out to? Mr. Tanaka, I suppose? Tanaka, right. The suggestion didn't exactly thrill Achi. He had no idea what this Tanaka guy was like. Hopefully he was the dependable sort who'd actually show up to rescue them. But somehow that thought made Achi feel even worse. Achi had someone he figured he could call, but he hesitated, uncertain. There had been a time when he'd trusted this guy more than anyone. They'd bailed each other out of countless jams. Nowadays, though, things were different. Hitomi gave Achi a puzzled look as he sat, lost in thought. Right, guess I don't have much of a choice. Achi scrolled through the contacts list on his cell phone. He found a name he thought he'd never call again, Susumu. It's Susumu. Yo, Achi? Is that you? Susumu's voice was low and guarded. Look, I've got a favor to ask you. I'm in a real bind here. Huh? Like, things are ridiculously bad. I thought maybe you could help me out a little bit. You seriously thought I'd help you? Susumu's words were like ice. You messing with me or something, man? Now he sounded a touch angry as well. Painful memories flashed before Archie's eyes. Right then, sorry to bug you, just forget it. But Susumu hung up before Archie was even finished talking. No dice, Archie said to Hitomi with a lopsided frown. She looked back at him, her expression a mirror of his own. What should we do? What should we do? I guess we're back to Mr. Tanaka. Guess so. You wanna go ahead then? Hitomi tried calling him repeatedly, but Tanaka didn't pick up. What could have happened? She muttered under her breath. Do you think maybe the kidnappers found out that Mr. Tanaka and I have been in contact? Achi shrugged. It looked like they were just going to need to find some way out of here on their own, and then maybe look for the minivan themselves. Achi strode over to the door and grabbed hold of the knob. He tried giving it a good sturdy pull. Ugh, no good. The thing won't even budge. That door opens outward. Wait, really? Achi tried giving it a push. It still didn't open. He kicked it. A hole! The door wasn't nearly as sturdy as Achi had expected. I think I can make this work. He backed up to get a running start, then kicked the door with all his might. Yeah! The door went flying off its hinges. I've done that before. For pretty much exactly the same reason, actually. Aw, man, that was way too easy. Archie stepped cautiously out of the storeroom. He quickly scanned the surrounding area. There was nobody in sight. Looks like we're in the clear, he called. But Hitomi didn't come out, nor did she reply. Hitomi? She had her phone in her hand, apparently still trying to get in touch with Tanaka. With a tiny sigh, Achi leaned against the wall and waited for her to finish. Well? Doesn't look like I'm gonna have any luck, she said. You know we can leave now, right? Are you still holding out hope for your Mr. Tanaka? It's not that, I'm just a little worried. Oh yeah? Okie dokie then, I'll just, wait around out here. Okay, I'll be right with you. Uh-huh. Achi shuffled his way back outside. Oh, bye. Oh, crap. By the time Achi could finish processing the thought, he was already laid out on the ground. His jaw hit the asphalt hard. He bit the tip of his tongue clean off. The taste of blood filled his mouth. Ugh. A moment later, he took a sharp blow to the head. He was done for. All the energy drained from his body. His mind whirled. His vision grew hazy. He began to drift from consciousness. Back when he'd run with Susumu and the others, he'd never left himself exposed to a surprise attack. There were plenty of times he'd taken a punch that sent him reeling, only to spin away and come back swinging. This time he hadn't even seen it coming. It was his last mistake. Guess I've let myself go soft. Achi grimaced inwardly, muttering in a voice no one but he could hear. Hitomi, I'm so sorry. Is that to be continued, or is it... Oh, it's bad end!
No! We fucking died!
Well...
Archie is dead!
I wonder if there's anything else. Irrelevant... What's this choice again? Yeah, if we run outside, does Archie just get killed, like, quicker? I want to find out. Right now, they were little more than trapped rats. But... Hitomi clutched onto Archie's arm hard. Oh, does this not go anywhere?
Meaningless. Meaningless. We're turning back!
The what? Follow me! Archie whirled nimbly around and sprinted back the way they'd come. The two pursuers skidded to a halt, startled to see Archie rushing towards them. The men spread out to bar the way, but Archie wasn't trying to slip past them. He headed straight for the guy on the right with a lunging tackle. He caught his target full on, dropping him unceremoniously to the sidewalk. Hitomi let out a cry of alarm. In the moment that Archie had spent knocking down one opponent, the other man had snatched her up. So Hitomi was definitely the one they were after too. Archie caught up with the kidnapper and managed to yank Hitomi free from his arms and immediately caught him in a throw. The man spun like a top as he whirled through the air. "We gotta run," Archie shouted, hoping that he'd bought them enough time. "Right, okay." Once again, they doubled back around and ran. Stealing a quick look behind them, Archie saw their two assailants quickly getting back to their feet. This was bad. He wasn't going to be able to fight them off and keep Hitomi safe at the same time. Besides, at least one of the men had a gun. With Hitomi still in tow, he sprinted in the direction of the main road. Happily, the light had turned red, and the traffic had come to a stop. If they'd tried to cross before their brief altercation, they probably would have been inundated by the sea of cars. Worse yet, they might have caused an accident. The two made their way across the street and they hid in a narrow alley between two buildings. This has actually taken us on a completely different route. Come on, let's go. Archie led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now Hitomi was slumped and panting heavily. Oh, this has just led us to the same sort of spot, hasn't it? Yeah, it's just taken us to here again.
That choice also did nothing! Nothing!
Oh, but this is different now. Why is that different? This is Shibuya Scramble, Samilla. This is a visual novel. I still don't know how to text skip in this game. Oh, Hitomi chirped. That's me. She took a look at the LCD display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Hitomi began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Archie's mind. Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Archie's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Really? You can change text speed with Alt? I feel like you're tricking me though. Alt F4 will just close the game. Am I being trolled? What? Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her gazing happily at her phone screen. His delusions ran even more wild. While I was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing her response. So, what did you wind up saying? Archie asked. I explained the situation. That we're trapped in a storeroom, you've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Do we ask, or try not to notice? A for awkward. Archie couldn't help but ask. So, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's gonna try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and lets us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. Ugh, what the hell? Seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are. Yeah, I'm out of the running, Archie thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her. And there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. I'm still not clear on why that choice, made the difference here, but it did. Archie turned his own phone off, then slumped back in a huff. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Archie had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy. Susumu, I think it was. Hitomi's question caught Archie off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things could go back to the way they used to be, Archie said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew that if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want everyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. An establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners and 1 in the middle of each long side, and supports multiple games including 9-ball, 8-ball, and rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're our founder, Archie. You can't just up and quit. Susumu had been almost like a younger brother to Archie. If anyone was going to try and stop him, Archie knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all that stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Archie. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Then, to Archie's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Archie could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Archie could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Archie turned his back to him in silence. Please, Archie, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough with all the request nonsense, Archie grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on to the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Archie spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you. All of you. With each word out of his mouth, Archie could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap. Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Archie walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. It came away wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never gonna happen. Not unless Suzune gets better. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. At least he'd sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one person's heart into another's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted, however. Chief among them that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because a lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as worn ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh wow, I didn't realize. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her, somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would almost be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Archie thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it, and I've got a strong heart, too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. Fuck off! A type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, on India's west coast. The blood type takes its name from that city due to its relatively high incidence rate amongst the inhabitants. Bombay fucking blood type. Like, that's a real thing, but... Bombay blood is a real thing, yeah. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who had it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centers seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees below centigrade. If Suzune were ever to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. Archie? Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say, if you happened across someone who was a donor match. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Mr. Tanaka? Unfortunately for these two, it's not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka is at the Osawa residence on his way to speak with Kenji Osawa, who's washing dishes after lunch. We're off again! Osawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him. I got an email from Hitomi. He showed his cell phone to Osawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Osawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry, I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment in thought, looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to talk in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? Osawa grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. And good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? The sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Something wasn't right, Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, this is my bug tracker. So? Osawa huffed. What I mean is, this one isn't broken. What? A chill ran up Osawa's spine. The fuck is this music? He swallowed audibly. I've pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on, say that again? I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time, Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they'd heard about the email from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. And Osawa reaches a conclusion. For now, at least. Another well-executed jump wins the video game. Okay, but I jumped from Achi, so let's go back. Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Achi suggested, or not. The doorknob rattled ominously. You really think that's Tanaka? Achi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Achi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. It is Tama! In stepped a cat. Oh, it's just a kitty cat. A giant kitty cat walking upright. Archie and Hitomi stared in confusion as someone in a cat costume slipped into the room. There was something vaguely sinister about the fuzzy figure. The cat had both hands stuffed into its pockets and shuffled as it walked, dragging one leg. You think that's someone with the theatre troupe? Archie whispered. Maybe? The two huddled in the shadows, pressed almost cheek to cheek. They watched as the cat rifled around inside one of its pockets and then pulled something out. It was a bundle of keys, no doubt the ones it had used to get inside. Archie's eyes were fixed on the furry mitt that held them. It was stained dark red. That could be only one thing. Blood. In that moment, Archie finally realized just what was going on. That's no theater guy. It was the assassin. Eh? He'd used the catsuit to slip past the theater people and had somehow gotten his hands on the storeroom keys. Now he tossed the keys away, then delicately adjusted the costume's wobbly head. Hitomi, we gotta run. Huh? Hitomi seemed frozen, mesmerized. Whoa! The cat turned directly toward them. The fur around its mouth was stained crimson. Eh! Hitomi let out a high-pitched cry of shock. The cat drew its other hand out of its pocket. What? Clutched in its mitt was a gun. Archie and Hitomi had nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Bad end! What's up with the cat? Disguised in the cat costume, the killer managed to corner Archie and Hitomi. But where'd he get that costume? As it happens, it's Tama's fault. She tossed the suit away after taking it off, allowing the assassin to find it and use it to deceive the theater troupe and gain access to the storeroom. Little could she have known. Tama got the costume off? Tama. Actually, do you mind if I fork the chain a bit earlier here? Because the thing is, I think the fight's the correct choice, which means I want to make the wrong choices. He asks like you have any control. You're right. You're right. You don't have any control. This is my thing. Let's do rock, paper, scissors! Rock, paper, scissors? The girl goes slack-jawed in surprise. Yeah. And if I win, you have to let me have those diet drinks. Rock, paper, scissors? Sure, whatever. Okay, I accept. Here we go. I ready my fist. 1, 2, 3, shoot! I've lost. We're doing best out of 3, right? What? 1, 2, 3, shoot! I lose again. And I even tried to change it up by throwing paper twice in a row. So yeah, we're doing first to 3, right? Huh? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Yet again, I lose. My reverse psychology has backfired. Ugh. Okay, now that we're done warming up, wanna do this for real? Sure? Shoot! 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 This goes on for a good 30 minutes. We've thrown more times than I can even count, and I haven't won once. Reverse psychology, reverse psychology. Even reverse psychology. She sees through me every time. I'm terrible at this. Beyond terrible. How? How can someone be this bad at rock, paper, scissors? I want to keep going until I win at least once, but this girl is pretty clearly fed up. This sucks. But I've reached my limit. Time's up. Right around now, there's someone else who's been told that his time is up and is in quite a predicament. Yes, it's Junichi Yanagishita. The ruthless ultimatum was issued by none other than Minoru Minorikawa.
Yeet! It was correct to do this! But we want to see what the fight was about. How can it be both?
Well, we've now freed up all of the keep outs, I think. No, we haven't even touched Kano yet. What the fuck am I talking about? Time's up. Minorikawa has had enough. You gather up customers for a product that doesn't even exist, then try to sell them something else. It's a classic con. You've got it all wrong. I am selling Burning Hammer, I swear. Liar! I bet you're even planning on trying to hustle the props for those little magic tricks. What? No, I'm not. You've got to believe me. Oh yeah? Minorikawa sneered. Then just where is this Burning Hammer of yours, huh? Go on, tell me. He grabbed Yanagishita by the collar. Hey now, easy there, sir. Tell me. Please just let me go. I said tell me. I'm a pacifist, Yanagishita cried. You're a what now? Minorikawa scowled. A pacifist. I demand 3 million yen in reparations. Yanagishita shook three of Minorikawa's grasp and then shoved a hand in his face for a change. Reparations? Minorikawa faltered, baffled by this unexpected counterattack. Yeah, pay up, Yanagishita demanded. 3 million yen in reparations. He seemed to have forgotten his customers entirely in his fury. Don't be absurd. Now I know you're a journalistic muckraker. Only a journalist would stoop so low. Hey everyone, look here. This man just assaulted me. Huh? Wait, hold on. I was just... Right here, folks. Now everyone can bear witness to the true face of the media. It's people like this guy who go around besmirching fine, upstanding citizens with trumped-up hogwash. Hey, wait just a minute here. You're the one who's trying to sell a product that doesn't even exist. I don't know how to vocalize that. Oh! Yanagishita broke into a sudden fit of wailing. Minorikawa turned to look back at the approaching crowd. Its members glared at him with accusation. Ladies, Yanagishita begged, his voice interspersed with sobs. I can't do that much louder, unfortunately. It's late. I am so sorry. I had this amazing diade that I was planning to offer you all at a reasonable price, but it turns out I won't be able to sell it after all. This man is going to write a piece about how my product is bogus. My company's reputation is going to take a huge hit. And because of that, I won't even have a product to sell you. And it's all going to be his fault. As he choked out his words, Yanagishita dropped to his knees in defeat. That's when the riot started. Minorikawa wasn't sure exactly when he blacked out. When he came to, he was sprawled out on the floor. Craning his neck to look around, he saw no sign of Yanagishita or his customers. Only tattered flyers and busted chairs strewn about the room. Holy shit! There was a ringing in his ears. The back of his head throbbed painfully. His arms felt too heavy to lift. It was like his entire body had been transformed into a lump of cement. Finally, he remembered. After Yanagishita's little act, the crowd had descended on Minorikawa from all sides in a frenzied free-for-all. Against an angry mob by that size, he hadn't stood a chance. They had worked him over until he was black and blue. In the midst of the fracas, while the customers were distracted, he caught sight of Yanagishita sneaking out of the room. Clearly the man was no stranger to worming his way out of sticky predicaments. Fucking Tyler's still here! Now, as he tried to piece together what had happened next, a mysterious figure loomed into his blurry vision. It sported pointed ears atop its enormous head, along with a big, broad mouth. Whatever it wasn't human. Has death come for me at last, then? A smile of delight crossed Death's face. No doubt he had indeed come to eject Minorikawa from this mortal coil. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try, Minorikawa growled. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square. Minorikawa had never been one to give up easily even now. He refused to go down without a fight. A challenge, you say? Asked Death. Still, the bright grin on his face remained. That's right, I challenge you. That was all well and good, but Minorikawa's strength was gone. At best, he was only able to move one hand. Rock, paper, scissors, Minorikawa said. But Tama fucking sucks at rock, paper, scissors! In his current state, that's all he was capable of. Nonetheless, it counted as a challenge. If you beat me, then I am yours to do with as you please. For a while, Death was silent, and then he nodded deeply. Alright then, I accept your challenge. And so Minorikawa and Death held out their hands. Tama will throw paper! Minorikawa tried to throw rock, but with several of his fingers broken, he couldn't quite curl them into a proper fist. Death, on the other hand, threw paper. I've lost. All at once, Minorikawa's last remaining energy drained from his body. He threw the scissor rock. Tama fucking killed him with rock, paper, scissors! A simple complaint about the demo's delayed start turned into an argument with Mr. Yanagishita, and ultimately into an all-out melee. If only there'd been some burning hammer around, this might never have happened. There must be something Tama can do about all this. The smart money's on her. Back to Tama we go! Well, thanks for humouring me for so long. Guess those drinks are all yours. I shuffle off, my shoulders slumped in dismay. On shaky legs, I make my way back to the Nokane building. I'm half tempted to just abandon the whole burning hammer disaster, but I know I'd feel guilty afterwards. Besides, after all the effort I put into this, I'd at least like to get paid something. I'm back, I call out casually as I open a door. When I see what's inside, I feel like I've been smacked in the head with a mallet. Oh hey. The demo room is completely totaled. Torn flyers are scattered all around. Most of the chairs have been knocked over. Someone obviously trashed the place. Who the heck did this? I thought I was alone, but then I spot someone lying in the corner. It's some guy I don't recognize. Ugh. The man groans pitifully. What's going on? I ask. What happened here? I go over to the guy and shake him gently by the shoulder. Has death come for me at last, then? His voice is a mere murmur. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try. But only if you beat me in a challenge. Fair and square. Huh? I'm not sure what he's on about, but my competitive streak is too strong to let me ignore what I just heard. Tama! A challenge, you say? That's right, I challenge you. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors. Again. If you beat me, then I am yours to do with as you please. All the vexation I felt earlier when I lost to the girl in the knick-knack shop stirs within me again. I feel like a kettle boiling over. At this point, I don't even care who my opponent is. I need to slay the nagging disappointment inside me. She just wants to win. Alright then, I accept your challenge. I hold out my fist. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, shoot! I throw paper. And the man throws scissors. It looks like scissors from Tama's perspective. I've lost. I guess I really am just no good at rock, paper, scissors.
It was the scissor rock.
Maybe I should say I'm really good at losing at it. I had thought my earlier loss must have been some weird fluke, but apparently it wasn't after all. Why is that a bad ending? Rochambeau? Wow! I'm tweeting that. That's a fucking incredible bad ending name. Rochambeau is a fucking excellent turn of phrase.
But also, why is it a bad ending? Is Tama just so disappointed with losing that she, like, dies? Just like,
Nah.
Right, okay, so rock, paper, scissors clearly wasn't the correct option here.
but what if we go back and try...
Rhyming game. Let's play a rhyming game.
Huh? The girl says.
She seems a bit put off by the suggestion.
Yeah, I say. And if I win, you have to let me have all of these. A rhyming game? Really? Okay then. Really? Silly. Okay then. Listen. Listen. I'm a martial artist. Artist? Ooh, that's a tough one. Smartest. Glow. No, what I'm saying is I'm a fighter. Okay, fighter shouldn't be too hard. I can do this. I just have to not panic. Let's see. Rider. Aha. Okay. Scissors. What do you mean, scissors? No! Wait, what the heck is going on? Crap, nothing rhymes with scissors. That's an illegal move. I drop into a fighting stance. Okay then, shall we fight? The girl grins back at me. Now you're talking. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Oh, well, that just goes back to fighting, apparently. Miku and I march out of the shop. Out on the pavement, we stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer. But if I win, I get to keep it, and you have to pay for it. Huh? I like how they just went, this sucks. Let's just fight each other. Tama's fucking hardcore. If you don't like it, there's no fight, no deal. I don't have time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight. A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple. We've already done this jump. Yeah, okay, we've been here before. This is okay. As well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows, and some of them stop to form a small crowd. The sales demo's already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Aya! She immediately follows up the jab with a wide right hook. A type of punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial art bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and pin. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow, what was that? The crowd has started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into a fighting stance. What the? How? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Rah! This time I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint! Oof! There was a visceral whomp as the second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. Whoa, what gives? My big mascot head serves to cushion the blow to the point that I barely feel it. Hiya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. This brings new meaning to the concept of fuzzy guard. Eventually, I catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance. I begin to walk her backward, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. A casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. Whoa! Whoa! Ah! The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. You're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. To think a bride competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today is the day I retire. Whew. Good match there. Miku clasps my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you. I hoist up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I ask the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I am shocked at what just happened. It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Aiki Jujutsu, yeah? A traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw the opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifist Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess? I tilt my head non-committally. Come on. No need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. Knick-Knack shop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He's particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and is thinking about studying it himself. Jiu-Jitsu? I can't. Words. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid, and thus far has only waffled non-committally outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whatever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver. Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today? He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nokane building. By now the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will be for nothing. Come on, Tama, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. No! Oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? I thought she was gonna crash into something, but she didn't somehow. Mr. Yanagishita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? Oh, so I could have used this jump to get to Minorikawa the whole time. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute. I follow Mr. Yanagishita into the break room. So there's jumps that just take you to bad endings. I knew there was fake jumps, but that... Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I proudly open up one of the cardboard boxes. Ah, it's Burning Hammer. It really, really is. Yanagishita clutches the box close, muzzling it with his cheek.
Nuzzling, not muzzling, excuse me. How's the demo going, I ask. I've got Cherry keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. Ah. I sneak a peek through the door and see Cherry guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys us time, it's magic enough. Holy shit! Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. It's shocking to think she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they originally came here for.
Chiri is powerful.
Chiri comes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat. I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Chiri, Mr. Yanagishita says. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we had enough time to get the burning hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now it's time for the main event. Chiri, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then. Yanagishita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before, who's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course. Begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try to get me out of my mascot suit.
It's happening!
Masamichi Fukuma. Let me try that again, please. Masamichi Fukuma, employee of the Far East Costume Rentals. The only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know what Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? Yanagishita asks nervously. Ah, yeah. This is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper? It's all jammed up. It's gonna take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell? Mr. Yanagishita clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. Meow. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sound of a cat's mewling. Was that you? He looks at me, confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yanagishita and Cherry don't seem to have heard anything. Bah! Yanagishita is fuming. Just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her. Hey boss, Cherry says. The customers are gonna leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Tiriko's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning. A harbour seal hailing a cab. A walrus reading sutras. A fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back. A stellar sea lion taking a nap. Why are they all... Okay. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're gonna have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I ask. If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Well, as you can see, we're still a cat. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, icy. Shiri and I sprang into action on stage. But now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic, Chiri begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Chiri will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Capsaicin? Yeah, sure, good enough.
The primary spice component of chili peppers. Said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. Capsaicin? Fuck it. Pause to take a deep breath before continuing. You know, same. And, rapidly breaks down the... Pass. Responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. You know, you guys googling the pronunciation of every word is, not necessary or even really wanted. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped for. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Cherry steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats, proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Cherry holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers, she says. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on. She's already sweating pretty hard. She's right, Cherry's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. All of that juice drinking from earlier, that was all just to make her sweat like that, weren't it? All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rush to towel off Cherry's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up, drink it down. Cherry's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Ah! Why isn't it working? I exclaimed, the audience momentarily forgotten. Guess I've already sweated out too much, Cherry replies, unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop! The crowd shifts from uproar into riot.
Did she just say 100 yen shop?
Scowling customers begin to close in.
No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please, just listen.
Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation has gotten out of our control.
Look, this product is so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it.
Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Make a choice. I'm gonna go take a whiz. I just stepped on something. Ha! Spider didn't dodge this time.
I win. What was I doing again? Oh, see. Hunka lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. She said, Hunka lamb chop, I repeat. Meaning that burning hammer is just so incredibly filling, having just one tiny bottle will feel like you've eaten a big meaty meal. Yeah, that's what she meant. Aha, sneers one customer. Sure. Do they really sell this at 100 yen shops? Rats, we didn't manage to distract them. A 100 yen shop? What's that? Answer me! Do they really sell these at 100? Look! I cry. It's the chupacabra! I thrust my arm out to point, only to accidentally catch one of the attendees in the head with my fuzzy fist. The woman lets out a muted groan and sinks to the ground, unconscious. The rest of the crowd stares at me, stunned. Oops? I murmur. Tama! Shouts Mr. Yanagishita, rushing out of the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort! Abort! He howls. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh. Now you've done it. Shiri doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, her stare ferocious. Whoops. Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yanagishita is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yanagishita, their wrath a terror to behold. So then it is true! What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you tried to sell this crap for these prices. The throng goes on the attack. Help! Chiri and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. Just like my streams. The shouts are accompanied by merciless, open-handed slaps. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Finally, the storm passes. Heh. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yanagishita wails to the empty room. So, boss? About getting paid. Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. Yanagishita doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further in defeat. His fake-ass fucking semicolon. I'll take payment in kind then, Chiri says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, Yanagishita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Chiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals? Oh, right. How much was it again? Mr. Yanagishita rummages in his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I have to add the full cost of the catsuit to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. Was that 200 yen? No, sir, 200,000. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yanagishita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow.
Yo, Tama's is fucked up.
I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Then give me a discount, make it 20,000. Instead of the 200 you owe? You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Yanagishita refuses to back down. Ah, that's right, insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yanagishita calmly claps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork is here inside my heart. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of the Far East Costume Rentals. Notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favorite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagishita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Later, Ache.
Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagishita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround, not after this. Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck, you are dead wrong. I wind up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagishita whips his head back up. Yikes, where'd that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Yanagishita's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas in endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagishita looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So where'd you get the name Tama, then? I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunchboxes. Aha! Tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it. He claps himself on the thighs as if he's had some big eureka moment. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache. A storehouse? A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange, dim place. Yeah, I had just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh, really? So is it pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are? He sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is. But it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at a knick-knack shop, the same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know that it's important to me. And so you took this job so you could afford to buy it? I nod. Of course. Now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay then. Mr. Yanagishita removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen, adds it to the other 20,000 yen from his wallet, and thrusts it all toward me. Here you go, he says. That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. I pluck up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow, I'm sure of it. And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Yanagishita gets a far-off look in his eye. And then, one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight. My jaw nearly drops. Bride? Like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she has made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods. To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some pretty shady sources too. I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll I'll be on my way then. But I don't want the mascot costume. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I noticed earlier, the one I didn't recognize.
Knife! This is only fucking what time? 1:35? We haven't advanced at all.
I give him a faint nod, and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the catsuit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on, I still can't get this thing off.
Do we take it off? Or do we gotta get it off?
I want to get it off. Hey Alex, we're playing visual novels today. I just axed the game, apparently. No, I changed the scene, that's what I did. Excuse me, I'm bad at this. I pressed the wrong button. On this occasion, I'm going to completely ignore the chat's request and pick A. The exact origin of the phrase "there's more than one way to skin a cat" is uncertain and a matter of some dispute, though it appears to have arisen in the latter portion of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to conjure up such a gruesome mental image. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. I take hold of the head in both hands and yank it upward as hard as I can. Oh, please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... It comes off. I did it. I slip out of the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandon it as I head for the knick-knack shop.
Keyboard! No!
Well, that's boring. Because, yeah, the jump is this. I think the jump is this.
Yeet!
Yeah, we ain't changing to Kano just yet. We have still completely not touched anything on Kano's route. Like, not a bit. What? What's the jump for then? What the fuck? Okay, then it's up to you, weirdos. Do you want to do Kano or the rest of Minorikawa? Everyone's saying Kano. It's time for Kano. Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove toward the crime syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance this was where Maria was being held. Traffic was practically non-existent and they made good time.
But what if we go back to Archie's story and fuck up the traffic?
I could do that. They cruised down Miyamasuzaka, then past the train station toward Doganzaka. All the while, the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsensho intersection. "Take a right here," Kano said. "You nervous?" Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If the syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage's safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomagaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. "I'll take point," Stanley said. "You back me up." He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. "See? We were talking about this." This is probably just some made-up game stuff. The FBI is probably not real, right? I only see it in movies. Or that too. I really just want to eat grapes. Yeah, it's bullshit. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall. Please don't let this be what I think it is, Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Maria! Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. Dang. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. Shit. He thought he'd recognized them all, the men who'd participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Fuck, wow. Had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. Stanley! The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. Well, that was fast. Without an instant's hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the killer. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses? Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead. With his last thought, he realized that With his last thought, he realized that had been his fatal mistake.
We have to fuck up the traffic then. You have to fuck up the traffic.
Oh, well, back to Archie we go.
Which one makes me fuck up the traffic again? No, see, I fucked up the traffic at first, and then I went back and unfucked the traffic. Because I was trying everything. But wait, doesn't that completely change Archie's route? Yeah, it leads to a bad end, so how do you reconcile that? I guess something needs to be done in Osawa's path then.
Ah, this is getting too complicated.
The car moved at a glacial pace towards the crime syndicate's hangout. Stanley pounded his fists on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Nice going, Archie. Kano stood in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tatano had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. I need to get more water. I'll be right back. Kuza's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What could have caused Tatano to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Brizzy. Could Tatano have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tatano would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuze? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tatano that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Is Tatano the guy chasing Archie? Oh, probably not, but like... Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. With a start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him. Look at this! But Kano was already sprinting toward the fight. Oof! The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage, where he belongs. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who'd first taken the attaché case back at the Scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs. But Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his... Is that spelled correctly? Carotid? Carotid, okay, whatever. A move known as the front choke sleeper hold. Constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness. Also known as a guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. "Oh no you don't, you bastard," he snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down into the heap of trash. Fuck, that looked like it hurt. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. "Well, you've got the brawn part down," he said. "Need some work on the brains." Al-Karawan was sprawled out atop the mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. "What are you doing?" Stanley asked. "Helping Sasayama. What does it look like?" "We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first." He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. "Are you alright?" "Yeah," Sasayama groaned. "You bailing me out, though. Can't let the missus know about that." "Mum's the word," Kano said. He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. "I managed to find the guy who had the attaché case," Sasayama said. "But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me." He flashed out Karawan a nasty look. "So here we go again, disobeying direct orders," Stanley huffed. "What's the deal with Japanese police, anyway?"
What's the deal with Japanese police?
He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. "Who's this guy?" "It's a long story." He filled Sasayama in on the situation. "Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy," Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Al-Karawan's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused. Al-Karawan's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. "What's this?" The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. Stanley strode over. "I'm allowed to Seinfeld. Fuck you guys. Why you guys just abuse me, you know, and I'm the one
Working hard out here, trying to, produce entertainment for you guys for free, and yet...
Stanley strode over. "You find something?" he asked. "Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader." "Fuck you." "But thank you for gifting a sub to Diamond. But fuck you." That was just to disagree with me. I can't believe this abuse right now. This abuse from my chat. I am still eating grapes. I had a whole box, man. There's not that many left. I thought grapes would be a good, like, fruit to keep my, like, voice in check as I was doing this, because they're mostly water. They gotta be, like, they're probably good. I don't know, grapes are good for you, right? I like grapes. Anyway, seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he'd heard back at headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. He relayed this information to Stanley. I see. Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in the case here. Wait a second, Sasayama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure. Seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right now. But if he just hung up, he might be in even deeper hot water.
Will we listen or will we hang the fuck up?
Look at Sasayama's face on the right there. Okay, so we have that's 2A and 1B. Well, the 2A's have it. Kano hung up the phone. It promptly rang again, however. Sorry, father-in-law, I really can't talk. I'm in the middle of work right now. I'm not your father-in-law. Ah, sorry. Anyway, bye. Kano bowed politely to this mental image of Rumi's irate father once more as he hung up. I didn't read that sentence properly at all. I'm gonna pass on that. The phone rang yet again. Sir, I'm sorry, I really am in the... Mr. Endo, this is Dr. Seiki calling from Shibuya Central Hospital. Huh? This wasn't Shizuo. Kano didn't recognize the voice at all. Mr. Endo, are you there? Sorry, I think you have the wrong number.
Endo!
Oh, my apologies. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I must have misdialed. The caller hung up. Who the heck was that? He stared in incredulity as the phone rang once more. Oh, this is terrible! Whoever it was, they were shouting frantically. And once again, whoever it wasn't Shizuo. Hana and I, we got separated. What? Who? I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if I get away if they wind up catching Hana. Please, you have to help me find her. The man on the other end sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Kinda wasn't sure what it was all about, but the guy was pretty clearly in a bad way. Please, Minorikawa, I'm begging you. Huh? I'm sorry, sir. I think you have the wrong person. But by the time Kano had gotten the words out, the man had already hung up. Hey, come on, let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Ugh. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the Foreign Syndicate's hangout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. He rolled down the window and called out to her. Miku Morita was a fighter at the cosplay fighting pub Bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama the cat in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. Tama the cat. The new Sonic the Hedgehog character. Excuse me, miss? Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? With the road, I mean. What's with all the traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, Kano said, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Okoshi Pharmaceutical? I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It is not at all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million US dollars before it is approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often just under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labor and equipment. And someone is trying to get their hands on it. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does that mean the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered is on my orders, yes? I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind. Precisely. Kind of felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Dick Dictum 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Fuck that. Kano recited the words inwardly like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against a feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What had happened to Hitomi and Tatano, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all of this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away without Caravan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. To do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something in a huff. I don't know how to pronounce that word in isolation, though. Fighting back his fit of pique? Pique? I think that's right. Fit of pique? Sure. Kano got out his cell phone. Make a choice while I take a piss. As is the thing for these streams. guys, the spider crawled back up the fucking drain. It's there again. Poor burning hammer on it. Where am I supposed to get burning hammer, though? That won't work. A 100 yen shop? I live in England. We don't have 100 yen shops. What choice were we making again? I wasn't paying attention. Well, B is for... See... Yeah, most people are saying B. We'll go with B for the time being. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He had hoped a little more information about the family's two daughters might shed some light on the situation. The detective answered promptly. Kajiwara here. Hey, it's Kano. Kano? A horrid, jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the line. What's that noise? Kano asked. Sorry, hold on, I can't really hear you. Okay, go on. It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Osawa girls. Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this, Kajiwara said disapprovingly. Come again? Kano said, bewildered. What's with the attitude all of a sudden? You've got a little crush, don't you? Kajiwara told him. What? No, Detective, that isn't why... You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I can tell you one thing. Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. The two girls, they look exactly alike. Kajiwara kept his voice low, as if he were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kajiwara continued, still sotoroke. What the f- That's not even English! Leave this place! Their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister Hitomi is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Hitomi standing in front of the statue of Hachiko. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? I can't really yell at this point, I'm sorry. Kano heard someone shouting in the background wherever Kajiwara was. What was that just now? Mr. Osawa, the girl's father. I think something might have happened. Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me. Yes? Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Kano hung up. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Al Karawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed him once they were close. I bet it was just some random guy. In a moment, they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Al Karawan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Al Karawan flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy here might have hearing problems, Al Karawan said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What is he talking about? No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the Syndicate hangout by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. Then I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't just let Al Karawan go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hideout, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Al Karawan that would help resolve the case. You're not gonna learn shit. Kano sat opposite Al Karawan in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Al Karawan stood ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. What time is it right now? He asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. This was the third time he'd asked to know the time. Why are you so concerned what time it is? Kano asked. Al Karawan gave no reply. Are you waiting on something? Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. It's around 2 o'clock, he said. What time exactly? It's 2:18.
That's past the time block! This is big fuck up.
2:18 in how many seconds? Look, just cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. What the hell are you people after? No, it's a skull design, you weirdo. Why would I have a shirt with a penis on it? What the fuck? Al Karawan merely repeated his question. What time is it right now? With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Al Karawan's face. It's 2:20, Karawan said. Okay then, that should do it. What? What does that mean? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Al Karawan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways, but Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties. And Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. 1340? What about the other choice? Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Al Karawan back? Nah, I've got Tatano taking care of him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tatano? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over him, curious. Tatano says he lost track of her somehow. And then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tatano had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was heading back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tatano was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to tailing the attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know. My plan is to wrap this thing up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizuo's face popped into his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama.
Fake actress!
Haha. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Is this going to lead us to the same ending? It seems like it's going to the same place. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that was a bust. I guess it makes the most sense to continue Minorikawa's path.
Didn't we just do this?
I thought we already solved the keep out. What? No, Tamo jumps to Achi. Oh wait, it's here? That's not it. There we go. Hey, Cadet, this is a game about a kidnapping in Shibuya and the day where everything goes fucking wrong. It's kind of hard to, like, explain precisely where everything's at right now because there's, like, 5 overlapping stories going on at the same time. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. "You're late," the event organizer snapped. "What the heck have you been doing?" Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up a magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. "Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting," he called out. "But now I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer." At his signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. "Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works its magic," the young woman exclaimed cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. "For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away." And with that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. "5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamour filled the room. "What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you'd actually try to sell something like this." The outrage had been triggered by something the young woman on stage had said. She'd inadvertently let slip the Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100 yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things have gotten pretty interesting, really. Some modern digital cameras come with the remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognizing faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood when we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling, we can't fault a camera for doing the same thing. Minorikawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. "Excuse me," he asked from room. "Would you mind if I asked you some—" "Shut your mouth! Would you mind telling me a little about—" "Don't you talk to me! Could I get a word on—" "Unbelievable! Just unbelievable!" The woman was so enraged that Minorikawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Ah well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least. Though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try for an interview with the man who'd organized this fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minorikawa passed by the cat mascot. Wait, 1335? That doesn't seem right. I'm gonna ignore that one. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust. If it's right, I can come back to it later, but the times on that don't match. Jump times have to match. That one doesn't match. Hey, I'm Minoru Minorikawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time? The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorikawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagishita, and Minorikawa got right down to business. So your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagishita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow is another day, I guess. Minorikawa was impressed by the guy's candor. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. Yanagishita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Yeah, I've been contemplating, actually, not streaming Shibuya Scramble further, possibly past this point, on the basis that the content's really hard to do, and we're kinda getting deep into it. Debts? Minorikawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagishita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting, Minorikawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman. Yeah, Yanagishita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minorikawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided that it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagishita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know? You got that right. Minorikawa nodded in agreement. So I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagishita's forlorn expression. Minorikawa wished Toyama could have been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and... Scratch cards? It's not important, Minorikawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing, Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagishita shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not gonna get any leads on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagishita...
Will we take the survey, or will we do nothing? I need to pee again.
This is the thing, I've been drinking like tons of water. Everyone voted A. Maybe Mr. Yanagishita will be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Taking a little bit of the burden off of Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling, you can't repay your debts, and yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagishita paused in thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minoriko was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any Burning Hammer, and sure I can't pay off my debts, but even so... Yanagishita looked Minorikawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Minorikawa was surprised. And I mean, so what if I've got debts? Yanagishita went on. In the long run, none of that matters. Not really. There was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagishita said. I wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Damn. Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind... Oh, sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yanagishita was out the door before Minorikawa could even finish. Stepping out into the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagishita and the two other men. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company, something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hang in there, Mr. Yanagishita. Oh, perfect timing. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. Ugh, what is it? I'm real busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterward, the man said. Afterward? The man leaned in conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man, it had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in, anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. I gotta get going. He skidded off in alarm. Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was, but he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. Wowza! He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a low, stern voice. You've got no good magazines here. Minorikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who'd been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently he'd been here at the cafe the whole time. Haven't you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir? She said. She held out an issue of 4-star general gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is still perfectly readable, Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. He strode back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call.
Your computer's fucking slow, bro.
She picked up right away. Hello? Minorikawa asked. Hi there, good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. How's progress? I did it, Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot on the layout. Abbreviation for desktop publishing. Refers to the process of editing a manuscript's layout on a computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but has not actually been printed yet is also sometimes called DTP. Sure thing. Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back to his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen. There was no way it would take this long to finish booting up. No, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Had his computer decided to pick now, of all times, to give up the ghost? Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face.
That feel when you play in video games!
Oh.
Well then.
Okay, I actually did manage to print screen that picture as well, so I have it now. I tweeted it.
Okay, but now what? Kano remains stuck at a bad ending because of something that can be done at 1340? Who? Archie? Tama's still stuck at a keep out, and I don't see any jumps. No, we took off the cat suit, but that's not the problem here. Tama's stuck at a keep out either way. Maybe other choice bears some fruit, I'm not sure. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagishita. If you'll excuse me though, I have to get to another interview. Oh no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagishita rose to his feet as Minorikawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble, I'm heading out now myself. Gotta run before those guys show up. Hmm? What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building, and Minorikawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. I want to clean up the keep out first, because when you clear up a keep out,
It stays, like, cleared.
like bad ends you can go back and fuck with.
Keep outs you gotta get rid of them. didn't seem to do anything at all. How did that change anything? Something we just did just changed Kano's calculating face emoji. A frantic-looking man had jumped out in front of the car. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up, he shouted. Open the door. The guy showed every sign of total panic. Junichi Yanagishita, something happened just after he parted ways with Minorikawa, and now he's running this way, and in quite a panic at that.
This jump is fucking pointless.
Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't like they could just drive off with this fellow clinging to the car. Please, you've got to help me. Holy shit, this guy really gives it his all for these shots. The man slipped his fingers in through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. Help me. Whoa, hold on, what's your deal? Help me. Sir, just tell me what... Help me! Look, up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Okay. Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al Karawan himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window. Do you get out of the way? Stanley, wait, alright, get in. Everyone, get in! If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano wasn't about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. Ow! The man yelped. Let go, let go! He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell is going on? Just as Kano's thought was forming, the crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. No, no, he screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labor. Somehow he was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backwards. Just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. Aw, man! The two toughs burst into an uproarious laughter at the sight. Now's our chance, one of them managed to sputter. The pantsless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare. To dart off incredibly quickly, in the manner of a fleeing rabbit. Yanagishita runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. No luck. I lost track of him. This doesn't make sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al Karawan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley gave him a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is this some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective Tatano let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching, the American warned. It's Tatano.
Maybe Tatano was the guy with the cane.
Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tatano bring Tariq Al-Karawan into the precinct? It would appear that Detective Tatano has gone rogue, Kuze replied with chagrin. He what? Surely Kano had misheard. We've received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. No. No, it can't be. Heh, Will's upset. We currently do not know Detective Tatano's whereabouts. Or just what the hell is going on with him. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. All I did is state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He'd never betray anybody. I see. Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He had expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tatano risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Kano didn't have the words. His clenched fist trembling once more, he fumbled for his cell phone again.
Moshi.
He dialed Tatano's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered.
It's not a flip phone, no, but like... Who owns a flip phone nowadays? The year is 2019.
Tatano must know something we don't. Really now, Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tatano was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. You know some people with flip phones still? No, they don't exist.
You have a flip phone now? What the fuck?
Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tatano through the halls of the Shibuya precinct.
We're back to 9 AM. Shit.
We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tatano, he chirped. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Tatano patted Kano on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is that this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tatano's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminals to pick such a major intersection.
Warmer,
Tatano replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He'd been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with, he suggested. Colder. If that was the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? Kano asked. I'm not sure yet. But I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it.
for more communication.
The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against a backdrop of bright blue sky. Tatano let out a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case and another's waiting, he went on, as always. What is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh, I've heard of this. I've heard of this. Really? It's the same person? No way. The guy who plays Yanagishita is... It's that guy? It's the fucking sweepstakes guy? No way. No fucking way, dude. No, I don't fucking believe that shit. That's ridiculous. Where? What's your source? A girl abducted out of pure greed. When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. By the way, I actually do totally believe you, but I do want to see a source anyway. Because I want to tweet that. Nasubi's official webpage. Oh my god. It looks like him, but I don't see Shibuya Scramble listed anywhere. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. That's incredible. When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way toward the Scramble. Tatano continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze.
According to IMDb, it is him. Word! It's all there. Whoa.
That's crazy, dude. I'm being distracted by this when I should be reading. Like, there's some dialogue going on here. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear the pain in Tatano's voice. That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he'd wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I ever wish on anybody. It sounds like you really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. The guy who plays Mr. Yanagishita in this is the guy who survived for weeks after winning dog food in magazine sweepstakes. He's that guy. He's the guy who did that.
Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Tatano sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know the only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective.
It is him. It's the same fucking guy. I can't believe that shit.
I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. Because if I find proof that Tatano is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. The traffic had finally diminished, and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The Syndicate's hangout was in Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. Tomigaya? Tomigaya? I don't think I was saying that properly. Who cares? The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. We're doing this again, are we? At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kano let out a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled all across the floor. Okay, we're repeating again. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. "Hey!" Kano called out. "Stay with us!" He hunched down beside the wounded man. Ugh. A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make out any coherent words.
Kanan. That's the name of the anime. Huh!
I know nothing else about this, by the way. I just know that that's the name.
What was that?
But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still.
Canada. They are Canadian.
How do I know that? I know that because it's linked on Kinoko Nasu's Wikipedia. Okay, but now we have to solve the Tama problem. Kano is fine. Tama is stuck at a keep out, though. That's the problem. Spoiling himself. I know none of the details of Kanan. I just know it's a name. I just know it's the name of the thing that spun off of Shibuya Scramble. I know nothing of the details. What I need to do is I need to find a way to jump to Tama. Is this it? That's the only thing I can think of. The timing on this seems wrong. Yeah, no, it just takes us back here. It's off. Ugh. You think I need to fix the Archie bad end? I need to keep it on, but I want to get the fucking thing off. Oh, fine, I guess. I'm out of options here. Ugh. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk etymology asserts the expression, "let the cat out of the bag," comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers, who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low. Let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to it entering the language. I figure I head to the knick-knack shop as is. Kawatte nai. Okay, but that did fix Archie's bad end, I guess. On we go.
I disagree.
How dare you? Digi, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Hey, Digi. I'm doing alright today. This is me not reading the repeat dialogue because I don't want to, and also because it would be a strain on my fucking voice to do so. Wait, is that the jump? Am I dumb? I'm dumb.
Does this mean I can take the stupid suit off now?
I'm going back.
Take costume off. Why?
Stop doing that. No. It just doesn't let you do it.
Why? That's not fair.
Okay, that's misleading. The jump actually straight up doesn't work if you do that. Fuck you.
It's like I couldn't think of a bad end there. Like, it just doesn't let the story progress if you pick that option. Like, it doesn't hit a bad end, it just doesn't let you get past the keep out. That's kinda not how that's supposed to work, I think. But okay, fine.
The sales demo is over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knick-knack shop to finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello, anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Ah, just a moment. Panting, the sales clerk comes scurrying into the shop behind me.
I'll play and I'll get it. I know Tama's identity will be revealed. But, at the same time, I've been playing for about
12 hours at this point, and that is not how I have been led to believe how the system works. Sorry about that, just had to pop out for a sec. Whew, you would not believe what I just saw. He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Ah, you heard about that necklace? Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh, I suddenly remember something very important. Oh no! The sales clerk gives me a very curious look. What's the matter? My wallet, it's still in here. I pat the costume around the tummy. So why don't you just take that outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kinda broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kind of broken? It's way more broken than that. The sales clerk points me to a full-body mirror. He's right, the zipper in the back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you! I give him a bow. I'm not sure you need to be thanking me, he says. No, I do! If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again.
correct!
Maria, who fucking called it? I fucking called it.
Yes!
I still don't really understand why the jump worked on one path but not the other.
Suddenly someone hit the door hard. It sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Archie asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Archie grabbed Hitomi's hands. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Okay, I guess we should consider the point where Tama's identity is revealed as the large, like, break-off spoiler point. In the sense that I should probably stop posting screen caps to Twitter at this point. What the heck? Archie whispered. What's he doing here? Gun drawn, the assassin prowled slowly around the storeroom. Archie and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Archie gazed longingly at the door. Archie risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do?
Do we make a run for it? Or do we try and wait for the... I couldn't tell you what the right one here.
Oh, whoa, suddenly, a wave of support for A. They needed to just make a run for it. Archie took a firm grip on Hitomi's hand. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. If they'd made a run for it, they probably would have bumped right into him. That was a close one. Archie wiped away a few beads of cold sweat.
Fuck you and your fake things. Fake news. No.
I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh, did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Archie and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out the door. They ran through the alleyways back toward the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. If they turned back, Archie knew the man with the cane might catch up with them, and he had a gun. Archie slipped off his sleeveless jacket. And wait, I didn't catch the rest of that sentence because I pressed buttons too quickly. I'm good at this. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then suddenly, he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged toward the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Ugh. The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving Archie a clear view of the shadow behind him. Archie couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Hitomi let out a little gasp.
Canadians again! Canada. Canans.
Who are you calling flim-flam?
You guys caught the typo too. Oh my god, that was priceless! That's fantastic! They have an animation for it and everything! Oh, that's good. But there you have it. The fifth character's identity truly revealed. Maria.
Holy moly, dude. Holy moly, dude. What a game this is. What a game. What a fucking game. What a game. I'm curious, actually. That was a long hour. So far, I've collected 24 bad endings. I'm just keeping track over here. How many of those do I need? 50, right? That doesn't seem like I have enough at all. I need to get way more than that. How, like, at what point do I need 50 bad endings? Like, that, it's usually about, like 3/4 of the way in if it works anything like Machi does. And it's, like, a sequel to Machi, so... My theoretical max for right now is 34. Really? Actually, that seems like I'm doing pretty good. Wait, doing pretty good? I failed a lot. Is that good? I guess that's good. By the time I finish the game. Well, then I'm doing fine. There's like 4 time blocks left or something, right? Like 5? Like, there's only so many, like, hours this has, and I doubt it goes all the way to midnight. Bad endings are content. Yeah, no, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. We're doing fine over here. We're doing good. It's alright. We got lots of bad endings this stream. We collected lots. Right. On that note, that's gonna be me for today, as one can imagine, right? After all, I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. My voice, it's getting there a bit. It's not been too bad, actually, but still, it's a bit... like, it needs a break. I need a break. And that's a good enough note to end on as any, I think. Thing is, though, I'm really into this. And I'm enjoying this. I like these streams a lot. They're fantastic.